I'm hoping I set this up correctly. But hello. Also, let me know if the volume is okay. Because this is gonna take a while to get used to because my monitors are in different places right now. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, my squeaky chair. Okay, so volume is good. Thank you. We are going to be painting Selwyn. Actually, let me switch these around. That way, you can see everything a little bit more properly. How's your day, Rin? It's been okay. It's been okay. It's a little bit of a slow start, but it's kind of typical of a Sunday, I feel like. Hopefully you guys have been doing well. Also, yes, I've already prepped my sketch of Selwyn. Apologies that it's probably... Let me see if I can adjust these a bit. A little bit easier to see. So we're gonna start off with probably a wash of like a little bit of yellow, maybe some blues here and there. And then I'm going to mute myself so that I can use a hairdryer to dry everything so we can continually paint and keep everything nice and efficient. Yeah, we're just gonna do some painting today. So, like I said, I already transferred my sketch. So this is the digital version alongside with the pen on top. And it's based off of the sketch from my sketchbook, which you would have seen from the one sketchbook tour like a while ago. Or not a while ago, I guess it was last week. Hasn't been super long. Love your nails. How did you get them done? I did them myself. Because I got blooming nail gel like recently, so I could at least do like gradations because that's what I wanted. I had like more like carrot colored nails earlier, but yesterday I literally took them off so I could do like a different one because they're peeling, but you know, it's okay. Let's see. Yes, we're gonna start off with a wash first. I might zoom in, we'll see, because adjusting the camera at this point is gonna be a little bit more hectic than I would like it to be. Reminds you of March 7th. I do like her color. She's very much like carrot coated as well. But I went more with like a a turquoise teal. It might look different on camera, and then I might like a milky white base, so it's more of like my natural color. That's a little bit more pastel-y. But we're using the Paul Rubens set today, so hopefully, how do I want to set this up? I think it's been like a super long time since I've done a watercolor painting stream. The last one I did, I think it was the one of, oops, Albin, probably. And I didn't finish that piece because I started to dislike it. I'm gonna use that squirrel hairbrush that Paul Rubens gave, so that we can do quick washes. Actually, maybe I won't. I might use a slightly smaller brush so that I can keep this a little bit more accurate. Let me see if I have a different brush I can use, actually. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna browse which brushes I have. Because this is not all my brushes, but it's quite a few that I've collected throughout the years, and some of them are like from acrylic painting. Maybe I'll use this one. So I do have another like mop kind of esque one. I think this one will work the best, at least for the size of our page that we're using. Okay. Yeah, the light's good. My webcam like hates when everything's too bright. So until we add some washes and stuff, it might be a little bit hard to see initially. Have you tried Kuretake Gansai watercolors? I don't think I've tried their like actual set. They have like a Starry Night set, I think, right? I think that's from the same company, which I've definitely used that. Kind of like more of the shimmery type of watercolors. Oh, wait. Let's see. I need my iPad. Give me 1 second. Because I planned out very generally how I wanted the lighting to be. So I kind of want to follow this. There's like no room on my desk. Let's see if we can do it like this. Like your art style? Thank you. Okay. It's gonna try to mix up a nice yellow. I want to keep my water here. You guys might hear like my jar of water. So I do apologize about that because it's like right under the mic. So I'm just gonna mix up a few colors. Hello everyone. If you're just coming in right now, we're doing some watercolor painting. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do the setup a bit. And then we'll get right into painting in Selwyn. I'm going to start off with like a general wash or a base. Just to establish our lighting, because I've been liking kind of like planning it out more recently. Groovy. I'm doing well. I'm assuming that says hi from Brazil. Welcome, welcome. Okay. I'm like, every time I do watercolors, I'm very nervous. So doing it for a stream makes it even more nerve-wracking. But this is the last page that I have in this watercolor block. So I actually don't know how the paper is going to react, because I've learned recently that I guess the, what is it called? I'm blanking on the name. But it allows your paper to like stretch. And basically like, accept water on top of the paper without like warping as much or like, I don't know how to explain it. But because of that, I didn't know it could low-key expire. And because of it expiring, I do get like random blotches of like dry patches or places that, oops, I'm not supposed to color that in. Areas of, like it won't let the watercolor spread. It just like absorbs right into the paper, which kind of sucks. Because I've had this paper for quite a while. So like I mentioned, I will use like a hairdryer if I need to. Just to kind of speed up the process of the drying time, so we're not sitting and waiting for too long. But I won't be able to read chat for a little bit, because I don't want my areas to dry too much, so I can let some colors bleed in. Yeah, but if you guys like the music, it's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music with like, I think it's more like lo-fi plus rain sounds. Because I love Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Yeah, I forget what it's called that's in the watercolor paper, but when it expires, it leaves like these areas where the paint absorbs directly into the paper rather than like being able to retain itself, if that makes sense. I do have an example, so maybe I'll pull it out after. Ooh, I'm not following my lines very accurately. But I'll be able to read chat more after we get through the initial wash. But I think luckily, most of my sketch doesn't really touch the edges of my this watercolor journal or watercolor block. And because of that, I don't think we're gonna really run into much of the areas that doesn't really absorb the watercolors too much. But I think because this is such a smaller piece, and I'm taking my time with doing the initial wash, we might actually not have too much to have to dry with the hair dryer. And hopefully I can kind of retain this lighting a bit, because Selwyn's hair does get quite dark. Watching your videos since the iPad ASMR 28 Lisa Genshin art. Yeah, it's been like a super long time. I appreciate you guys sticking around. You like jazz. Jazz, like, I'm okay with. I don't think it would be like my go-to. Okay, I think kind of have the colors I wanted. For the most part, then I'll like deepen the colors. But to prevent this from buckling too much, because right now I can feel the paper like pushing up here, because that's where most of the watercolor was pooling. I'm gonna hit it with the hairdryer really quickly, which means that I'm going to mute myself so you guys don't have to be subjected to that terrible noise. So give me 1 second, I'll mute my mic. You guys didn't hear that, right? Hopefully I wasn't blasting your ears with that. I think we are good to go. Actually, I might pull up a picture of Selwyn. I always forget his eye color. Let's see. Ah, okay. You're muted? Okay, perfect. I don't want to ruin your guys' hearing. Brush-wise, I think I'm going to use this one today. I usually use the one from the Mei Liang set, but I don't really want to open that one right now. So we're just going to use this, which is their number 8. This one's by Artex. This is like a number 8 brush. Damage your ears. Hello, Zevin. Or, yeah, Zevin. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think we can get started. I'm gonna start with his face. And actually, I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do you guys want me to zoom in a little bit while I'm working? Or do you like this more like zoomed out view? What do you guys prefer? So I don't know which is like a better viewing experience for you guys. Let you guys decide while I'll try to mix up a skin tone for Selwyn. Zoomed out? Zoomed out? You guys prefer zoomed out? Okay. I'll leave it then. It's been a while since I've used this brush, but I remember when I first used this one, and there's like a yellow version that's like a size 2, I think? 2 or 3. I do remember liking it, so we should be okay. He's gonna look very yellow for a while until I give him a little bit more context. Are you guys working on anything recently? Or if you're like working along to the stream, let us know what you're working on. Should have probably let this area dry more. Drawing while listening? Working on a reference sheet. I was watching the Maneki reference sheet video? Like Masaki? Very nice. I really need to work on some like updated reference sheets for sure. Oh, gesture drawing. That's fun. Hope that's going well. My camera really is making this super yellow. Okay, welcome. Working on drawing your Roblox avatars, plus some concept art for some OCs. That's fun. Concept art is usually very fun and exciting. Get to play around with like a lot of different ideas. I'm gonna use like a warmer red. Off topic, but your nails are so pretty. Thank you. Having trouble drawing eyes? What are your recommendations? What like, specifically are you having troubles with the eyes? Is it like proportioning? Is it like stylization? Because I don't know if I have anything like super specific to give as like a tip for eyes. Other than like learning to draw them like more or less like on a plane. But like understanding that the face is also curved. And like the distance tends to be like a 1-to-1. So like let's say someone's eye is like 1 finger width, then like the distance in between typically is the same. How are you? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're also doing well. Painting a wooden Apple Pencil holder. Wait, that's so cute. I'm curious on what design you're doing for your pencil holder then. I can do his hair well enough. Otherwise his face and skin is just gonna look a little funky. Working on drawing Kaveh, nice. Mainly respecting position and size based on perspective. I think it's good like if you can generalize the plane of the face to like the best of your knowledge will definitely help, and knowing that, you know, the face is curving. So having like a center line and another curved line to find like the horizontal usually helps. I usually find also like drawing in where the bridge of the nose is, depending on your style, how prominent that would be when the face is like turning, usually helps. I've admired your work for a while and literally do studies on your work and add my own twists. I don't share them. I love watching your ASMRs and you probably won't reply. Thank you, Zai. Thank you, thank you. How do you correct a mistake in watercolor? So it will depend on your paper type and as well as like kind of how long it's been sitting there. So like if you are, let's say I put like the wrong color down initially doing the wash for Selwyn's hair, you can wet the page a little bit with a clean brush and kind of scrub at it very lightly, and then take let's say like a tissue paper, paper towel or a towel or whatever, and lightly blot. As long as you know like your surface is like clean enough, because you can also accidentally transfer your paint to your paper by accident, and that's one way you can like try to correct things, because basically what you're doing is lifting the pigment off the paper. Otherwise, like covering it or like at least blending it out so it's a bit softer and trying to meld it with the colors might be a better option if your paper doesn't really allow too much lifting, because like some paints have stronger pigments, right? So it'll really stain the paper. It really depends on what you consider like a mistake for watercolors. Because there's definitely a few areas where I haven't really followed my line super correctly, and I know that blotting won't help too much. So as long as I know like my color that's supposed to be there is going to be a little bit darker and won't get affected by like the color temperature or whatever too much, then usually I just paint over it. But if we, I guess, enjoy the watercolor painting sessions, I am always down to do more painting with watercolors live if you guys want me to. Because I think digital is easier for me to set up just because it's more convenient, but I do love traditional art like a lot. So I'm always down to do more. A cut open apple is so cute. That's such a cute design. I just finished watching your Flynn's ASMR. It was so good. Thank you. By the way, how do you do render digitally? I've been wanting to incorporate it into my work. So rendering, kind of like at its core, it's bringing it up to a certain finish. So when I'm doing the rendering phase, and oftentimes when I talk about it, I always do it in a way that is also incorporating the fact that I'm just doing a lot of cleanup. Making sure like things have sharper lines, objects and stuff are hopefully more clearly defined. Because a lot of my, I guess like technique-wise in terms of like how I like to finish pieces is low-key roughly based on how I work traditionally with graphite. So like I focus on adding darker values, softening them out to create more of like a softer look in a case, like in this case. And then because I don't do line work, I darken a lot of like my sketch lines. I don't know how to explain it properly since rendering is not like a specific technique technically. It's more of like a a process of like describing how one gets to their finished desired result, if that makes sense. Does watercolor make a good Christmas present? I have a friend who'd want to take art as a career and she loves watercolor. I think rather than if watercolor is a good present, I think if you know the person would like it, just gift it to them. You know them better, so you can probably gauge whether or not they would like something like that, right? Hello Pixel, Akizuki, welcome, welcome. Whatever you want to do, it's your channel. Well, I would like to cater the streams a little bit towards you guys, right? Since it's a time for us to chat and just talk about art and stuff. So I don't mind. Because I know some people like strictly like digital more, which I'm totally fine with. Because a lot more of my projects and stuff tend to be digital, but I still like traditional a heck of a lot. I'll probably try to darken his eyes up a bit after it dries. So you can kind of let this lighter layer keep its luminosity. The boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I watch Rin Spirit on company time. Iced coffee. Just be careful. But I wholeheartedly agree. Not specifically watching me, but you know, that whole sentiment. You do another sketchbook ASMR. I haven't done one in a long time, actually. I don't know if you mean like specifically one in my sketchbook, or do you mean like the traditional ASMR ones? Because I would love to do another one. It's been definitely a long time, and I always love, at least, like I said, traditional art, so I would be 100% down. I'll see what I can do. Because I want to get back into making more ASMR videos again. Ooh, Sunny, welcome. Someone's so cute, thank you. Haven't been watching live streams because I've been busy with college and getting a lot of homework and projects. Oh no. It's gonna be a busy semester, I'm assuming. But good luck with college. Also, if you watched my sketchbook tour video, do you guys have predictions on which sketchbook I've chosen? Because you'll see it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. Because I'm hoping every time I posted anything that I was sketching recently, I don't think any of them technically gave it away. Not college, I have to focus on that soon. You probably still have time, it's okay. I remember when you had a digital live where you were drawing Danheng, and all I can remember from that was you drew a crown on him. It was before the start to finish redraw? Oh. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I know there was one where people were saying like he would be using a 13-in-1 shampoo conditioner thing because it looks like he was washing his hair in leaves. I do remember that one. Traditional one? The second one? Maybe? Forget-me-nots? Or the big one? Was that live? Yeah. I do remember that. The 13-in-1 Danheng. Okay. I'm gonna probably start on his hair. Come soon. Not your Wanderer Scaramouche drawing being my wallpaper. Ah, that's so sweet. Thank you. I'm glad you like it enough to make it your wallpaper. Accidentally made his mouth green. So I don't know if I want this to be his teeth or an open mouth. She'll decide later. Cute art, by the way. Thank you. What watercolor are you using? I'm using the Paul Rubens set, so this is the 48 color. The 48 color one. I'm kind of scared to do his hair. Cause I always fuss with his hair color. Let's see if I can do it justice. We'll see. I'll just do it section by section. Hope for the best. Is Genshin Impact worth playing? I think it depends on what kind of games you like. I like Genshin still quite a bit. I definitely took like a break from it. Because depending on what kind of person you are, it will determine on how you will play the game. Low-key. I forgot because I added yellow. His hair is gonna be very muted. I make it more purpley. I have to slowly figure this out. Because I made the yellow so prominent. How do you get the hair to look fluffy and voluminous? Drawing hair makes me want to cry. I think for like at least shorter, wispier hair, I like adding like little flyaways in a way. It's definitely like as you get like shorter and or longer hair, sometimes it's harder to make it more fluffy looking. You can definitely make it like wispier, I guess. But I have a habit of drawing the hair quite large compared to the face as well. I might add more purple to his hair afterwards, but right now I'm trying to combat a little bit of this yellowiness so I don't make it look too muddy. Hello, Soupy, welcome. Like what you did with the color? Thanks. Do you know Pokemon? Well, I mean, the music is, so I would assume so, that if I play Pokemon music, I would know Pokemon. Granted, like, you don't have to play the games to like the music. But this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because I love that series a lot. I recently experienced art block. How can I avoid and reduce this? Do you know what was the main root cause of your art block? Because I know some people, you know, you get it from either being burnt out, so taking a break, backing away, distancing yourself from art for a little bit might give you a better headspace to work with later. Switching up mediums is usually what I do, because it keeps art fun for me, if anything, if I continuously change the process of drawing. So that's why I like working in different mediums when I can, switching from digital to traditional or traditional to digital, and then changing from like painting versus like just normal dry medium drawing, I guess. Sometimes changing like your subjects, or like what is it called? Drawing something new can spark more motivation, inspiration to draw. It might kick you out of that art block, or even going back the opposite way. So like if you know your art block is caused by maybe you're hitting a time where you are not liking any of your art, you know, taking a step back and drawing something you know you like or you're familiar with might help with that. And sometimes like art block is a sign like of growth, right? So your expectations are not, or like your skill level is no longer meeting your expectations, right? So it might mean that you're due for a level up, low-key. So doing more practice or studies, or like trying to figure out what is making you dislike your art. Does someone have a reference sheet posted anywhere? I love his design. He actually doesn't yet. I'm not 100% committed. Because there's like very small things I want to figure out for Selwyn before like I make a reference sheet for him. But once he's done, I will for sure make a reference sheet video and post the drawings. Just small things I want to tweak before I commit to something. I'm glad a lot of you guys are liking Selwyn. This makes me happy, considering like how much I also enjoy just drawing him over and over again. I need to start mixing up a better base color for his hair. Since he's want to give Selwyn a hug, that's cute. Will you be doing any Inktober prompts this year? Will you be making one? I've been kind of like debating back and forth about Inktober. Because I would love to do Inktober this year. I don't know if I'm going to be following someone's prompts or making my own. Because if I make my own, I might make it floral themed again. Or I know there's Nijitober as well, and I might do that to make it easier on myself and draw something a little bit more like familiar and knock out more VTuber drawings that I want to do, especially for like Niji En. So I might do that. The only reason I'm saying that is because I do have another kind of like a smaller art convention, Artist Alley, that I'm participating in. And I do want to also spend more time with friends in October, because I believe that's when they said they're a little bit more free. So I don't really want to have the stress of Inktober, but we'll see. Most likely, I don't think I'm gonna make my own prompts this time. I might do Nijitober. Once I can figure out what exactly are the prompts for it, I'll I'll double check. So I might do the same thing I did, I think it was a couple of years ago when I did like more of my own VTuber. And do very small sticky note sized ink drawings. Just using like a sticky note block to block out a little square in my sketchbook every day. And then just inking within that little block. Are you guys doing Inktober or planning to, or have already picked out your prompts? I had a package delivered? Ooh, when? Interesting. Recently got back into playing Reverse 1999. Who's your favorite character in the game? Also, someone looks so pretty. Thank you. Katya? 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 I apologize for butchering your name. Reverse 1999. Voyager has been my favorite since like day one. Tooth Fairy is one of the characters that brought me to the game because I've always seen like promotional teasers and stuff of her. But I think Ezra is also a favorite. Marcus is a favorite. I have a lot of favorites, and a lot of them are also like very much just aesthetic based. Lovely color, thank you. Is there a place for all character reference? Right now, technically no. I do have them all on my Instagram under like my Rin Spirit OC archive tag. But I'm thinking of making a new tag because I didn't realize that some other people were using my archive tag for fan art. Because I tried to keep them separate, but they're all there, as well as on Artfight. I have them all there as well. I haven't decided on like what website I wanted to put all the references under. I also have my own card that has, I think, the majority of the references up as well. I just don't think I've ever linked to my card anywhere. Should you be a VTuber if you want to? Would you ever consider creating your own art book? I am in the middle of it still. I've been struggling trying to get the motivation to continue to work on it, and I think the tariff situation with the US is kind of like deterring me even more. But there's some stuff I want to look into that I might have to apply for so that the tariff thing is a little bit less of a headache. But I was like planning on doing a whole like floral zine with all of my OCs. And Selwyn I do want to include, as well as like Akemi siblings. So I'll return back to that because I haven't done any illustrations for that in a long time. But I think like after October, I'll go back into like full swing on working on those because I think I won't be participating in any like fan projects or anything like that that has like actual deadlines, so I can actually just focus on my own stuff. Never done Inktober? I couldn't do it because of school. I swear October is the month of art block for me. That is fair. I think any kind of like 30-day art challenge is also just very hard to commit to. especially like if you don't have like a plan for it. Either like for scheduling wise or like what exactly you want to do for specific pieces, or if you want to go like larger, smaller, etc. Because I like sketching a few prompts like ahead and just have to worry about the inking for that day, and that usually works the best for me. Because having to like do the sketch and then do the inking, I know it's like way more draining. Do you still offer commission work? At this moment, no. I'm trying to get my VGen set up to accept commissions that way. So I'm still figuring that out because I have to do some tax stuff regarding that. Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted whenever I actually commit to a place to put all my OC references on. Because I have a friend who uses Toy House. I've seen other people use a different website, and I always blank on the name of it. But I think Toy House is still like invite-only beta still, I think. Like you need a code for it. Unveil, yeah. Unveil is the one that I think I've seen like more YouTubers mostly use, I think. YouTuber artists. I'm pretty sure there's like one more website that I've seen floating around as well. Thought I'll just make another tag for all of my OC work again. So I didn't really think other people were gonna use my OC tag. If you start doing commission work, you're the first person I'm gonna reach out to. Thank you, that's so sweet. I haven't done commissions in a long time. Because I work relatively fast, but I don't want to be stuck in the position where I'm not able to complete the work in the same amount of time frame that I state. Because this year has been kind of like unpredictable. Yeah, I wish I didn't put such a strong yellow. That's okay. Let's see if we can put in his tie color and maybe like a little bit of the sweater. So we're not too focused up here. It's like a random hair here. You sound so busy, I hope you get a little time to rest. It's mostly because of family stuff, like other people's obligations. Because my schedule is most flexible, I'm usually the one that helps out with things. And usually I don't mind. But that's like kind of like the biggest reason. I don't think I have very many other areas that have this orange, so I might have to sneak it into some other places. When are you gonna have another live? I'm going back to school on Tuesday. I don't know. My lives are still very much like not on a set schedule because, like I said, this year has been very unpredictable in terms of like I don't know if I have to be needed for something, so I kind of have to like drop everything to go do that. I'm hoping like by next year I will be able to have more of a solid schedule. Melting beads? I think like you mean like the perler beads. The funny thing is like I have done the perler bead video before. I think I've made my persona and Masaki. Like little cheapies of that. I'm gonna go. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I hope you have another... Oh, you and the others have a good day in live stream. Thank you for coming to the stream. Alosia, I think is how you say your name. I do apologize if I butchered that, but thanks for coming to the stream. Is it like a random water splotch? Okay, I might switch brushes because what I want to do is get his sweater color. They'll kind of let it merge with the orange, I think. Oh. That's like the problem. All my wires are like above me. Or above my painting surface. And I keep bumping into them. I'm actually scared that I'm actually gonna drop paint or water right onto the page. I just joined. The colors look so pretty and ethereal. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad you were streaming right now. I was about to go down a shorts rabbit hole and watch anime, but I think I'm gonna draw instead. The shorts rabbit hole, it's very... It's hard to get out of sometimes. I hate the fact that I watch shorts as long as I do sometimes. Because I don't really need to use a bigger brush. It's also very draining, yeah. It's a time sink, and your brain just feels bad after. So I have to go and love your life. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the stream, Racky Oliver. Diamond painting? I would love to. I think for me, it would be my patience. It will low-key like drive me up the wall. I do like tedious things like that. Ah, Rebecca! Thank you. Just dropping by to say hello. The art's looking so pretty, Rin. I love Selwyn's design. Remember to stretch and drink water. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you've been doing well, and thank you for stopping by. I will also hydrate. This other one else should as well. Thank you for the reminder, though. But I will try diamond painting one day. We'll do sweater color. Have many of you guys done diamond painting though? Because I've seen some people do it. And I've always heard about like, not horror stories, but the tediousness of it, I guess, maybe is what's deterring me a little bit. But I think it would be fun to see my art in that kind of style. I don't know. So real. I started diamond painting a few weeks back, but I have like a third left, but I'm too impatient to finish, but also satisfying the watch. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, like, whenever I do drawing, the one reason like I paint the face so not so fast, what do I mean? Like I usually opt to paint the face first. One, because like I know if I screw it up then I can restart very quickly, so I didn't have to commit too much time to it. But another reason is because like I'm impatient and I like drawing and painting faces the most, so like seeing it finished gives me a little bit more gratification more faster, if that makes sense, which is like technically a bad thing. But that is like one reason, because I'm low-key impatient to wait for, you know, if I were to do the base colors for absolutely everything instead first. Should I bleeded in? Bled. Not bleeded. Bled more of the colors right here, but I can tell this is, I think, the area where there's like that dry patch. So I'm hitting the edge of the watercolor paper. But let me grab the Danheng piece, if I can find it, and show you guys what I mean about like that watercolor paper. Oh, it's the sizing. That's what it's called. The sizing of watercolor paper. When that expires, that prevents your paper from absorbing the watercolor in the way that it should. So I'm gonna find where my Danheng piece is. Let's see. I found it. Okay. Yeah, so like you get like these random splotches of areas where the color feels like it no longer spreads on the paper and it just like absorbs directly into the paper as if it's like normal kind of like cardstock or like printer paper and like some of these edges, so I wasn't able to like blur it out by any means. Yeah, there's just some areas on this one, so towards the end here it's kind of happening as well, where it's spreading in a weird way. And it doesn't lift, which is like the part that sucks the most. So if I do make a big error on one of those areas where like the sizing is no longer functioning as normal. Yeah, someone was telling me that watercolor paper expires technically. It's just because the sizing in the watercolor paper expires, I guess. I love diamond paintings. I just bought a new one a few days ago to work on. I always like to have one to do in my free time because I find it relaxing. They do that to me. Yeah, that's what I think. It's like a very relaxing project if you're not like rushing to finish it. I think the one that I've heard diamond painting from was Byebye, because I used to watch her vlogs like a lot. But yeah, I think, yeah, Love to Draw Manga also did diamond painting, right? Yeah. Minori. Yeah. Because I think for me it was Byebye. Because I'm also like, I love working with my hands. But sometimes I'm so dang clumsy. I will like knock stuff over by accident or like push on things like to lift them and it might like spill. Maybe like the diamonds of the diamond painting. So I would be a little bit wary. Even like thinking about starting on. But maybe in the future. Because like in a way it kind of reminds me of like pixel art. And I love pixel art. I do want to get better at it, so I kind of want to play around and either paint to a Sire and pick square to practice more pixel art. So you can get more of the red back in to his eyes. All your favorites are being mentioned by one of your favorite YouTuber, or I was gonna say VTuber, YouTuber. Just an artist, welcome. What brushes are those that you're using? Today I'm using the Saki brush. So this is the number 8 and this is like an Artex one. It's like a travel sized one. So this is how it usually comes in. And it comes in a set of 2, I believe. Because there's a yellow one that's like a size 2 or 3. But the thing I like about this brush is that it has a really sharp tip. And I'm super lazy when it comes to painting, so anything that can hold a decent amount of water and has like a sharp tip so that I can pretty much do the painting all together with one brush. Granted that I use the Artist Loft Necessities to do initial washes of our yellow, kind of like these faded blues and purples. And then I have this old beat up Raphael Kalinsky brush that I use sometimes to do flats as well. I want to add like an extra shadow. I don't know if I'm gonna regret this. I think he needs it. So Same with his upper lip. So I moved on from his face a little bit too fast. You're doing some sketchbooking? Well, that's nice. What are you drawing? I'm curious. Have you ever tried making one of those DIY pins? I made a Sawako one, but it quickly ran out of the hot glue. DIY pins? Is it like those shrink paper? My friend gave me a sample of that, like those shrink dink papers or whatever it's called. Shrinky dink? I don't know what it's called. Because I have it on my desk, because she gave me like a little strip sample. So like you put them in the oven after you like use, I think you use colored pencils, you can use like paint markers, whatever, and pop them into the oven and make like little custom keychains. Oh, I didn't really decide on what color the flowers were gonna be. Like I could do a mix of maybe yellow and white. So give more blue into these maybe. Maybe make this one yellow. Or maybe make them all white. I really need to darken up our stems and stuff to give more context. I'm also gonna finish off his sleeve. Add more shadows later to everything. Maybe I'll try to finish his hair, then I can just like solely work on the flowers and the clothing for the rest of the stream. Speaking of Durin, okay, spoilers. Let me see if I have it on here. Yeah, I'm trying to... The reference for Durin, so it's so bad. I have like a compilation of like screenshots that people have taken of Durin. Let me see. Where is he? This might be Wednesday's video because I haven't finished because I'm gonna be finishing it tonight, but I was drawing Durin. I was debating between Durin and like Sandron or Lauma. But I also just want to draw Flynn's again because I think it would be neat. I think this is because I was watching Clara Charmwood's like Hollow Knight, like she was playing Silk Song yesterday. And I was thinking like, what if Flynn's had petals or flowers or like butterflies like kind of glowing and like escaping from his lantern with the light instead of like flames? I don't know. I'm just like, that's like a concept I want to do with his. Make a little design of what you want and cut it out, then use tape, hot glue, and a safety pin to make it more firm and attachable. I don't think I've ever seen those DIY like pins before. I've seen people make them like out of clay, air dry clay, and then use like the, say the E600, E500, E300. I forget what the glue's name is, but it's like a super glue. You can put on the back of like pins and stuff and to make it sturdier. Excuse me. Doing some OC drawings for a comic that you're planning on releasing in the future and refining their designs. Exciting! I'm glad you're working on a comic. That's cool. I have not watched K-pop Demon Hunters. I am just not a movie person. I even was talking to Veda, so like Sakura Opal, about that movie. We're just talking about it very briefly, but yeah. I'm just not a movie person, unfortunately. Like even more recently, I haven't been watching any like anime or anything like that. I've been reading Fragrance Blooms with Dignity. I love that. I want to finish reading Witch Hat Atelier because I heard that the anime has been pushed to 2026, which makes sense considering that I think it was supposed to release this year. Ichi the Witch I also want to read, and there's like one other manga that I want to read. It's just much faster than like, you know, watching anime. Just joined, and I currently have those. If you want more of a solid look in your art for a shrink dink, you should use permanent markers like Sharpie. Normal alcohol markers do not work for me though. Oh, I don't have like a lot of colors for like Sharpies, but that's very good insight. Thank you. Hello, Monotone. I'm assuming that's your name. Welcome. Drawing Lauren for his birthday VTuber. Lauren. Lauren, is that the red-haired one? Is it Niji? If you're drawing Lauren, I think it's him. Reading books more than watching shows too. My little sis loves that series right now. Yeah! It's such... It gives me peak, like... I know it's not a shoujo. I believe it's shonen, I think. Fragrance Blooms with Dignity is a shonen, technically. But it gives me the same feeling that when I read Kimi ni Toroke. And that's like my top tier favorite romance, like, manga. Like, I love all the characters, even though like the manga took forever, but like it's low-key like kind of like a slow burn. And like Chihaya Furu. I love Chihaya Furu. Shrink wrap. Yeah, I've seen some people use like, there's certain types of like plastic that you can use if you look for the right plastic recycling symbol thing. And you can use those as like those shrinking plastics, I believe. Which is kind of cool. Hello, Elvira. Welcome. Yeah, reading. I want to get back into reading manga. It's been like a while for me, so I'm taking this time to read more manga. But my sleep schedule has been like so screwed up recently, and it doesn't help that I've been playing Silk Song. Silk Song and Fantasy Life is the only thing I've been playing. But I want to play Stardew again with my friends. Because we took a very, very long break. Because we used to play like every Wednesday together. But I think like after my friend's wedding, it's been like a super long time. We don't have like weekly calls as much. Because everyone was so busy. But it was nice seeing them like on Friday. I was just glad. So it is Lauren. For Niji. That's the only Lauren I know that's like a VTuber. So I kind of just guessed. Hopefully I'm thinking of the right guy. 1 second. Curious. Yes, okay, good. It is the red hair guy. My JP knowledge for Niji, because there's so many of them, it's so limited for me. Especially like trying to remember their names. Yeah, I wish like bookstores would have more manga technically. I would wish. But I understand why, it's just not like the same demographic, technically. But I haven't like bought manga in like a super long time. It used to be like one of the go-tos for my friends to buy me Kimi ni Toroke volumes for my birthday when I was younger. But I think because they got harder and harder to find, we just stopped gifting manga to each other. I have another friend who's collecting like the Haikyuu ones. He's fun. I only have watched him very briefly. Like out of JP for Niji, I watch mostly Kairaharu because he's my Oshi from JP. And I used to watch like Kanae, obviously, and oh no, I forget his name. No. Kuzuha. Can't believe my brain blanked on his name. I used to watch them so much. They were like my introduction to Niji. Because there was an artist I followed that like drew so much of Chronoir fan art. And I'm like, who are these people? Because I think for like EN VTubers, just in general, my first one that I've like watched was Ina from Hololive. And then it became like Pomu. And that's how I got into like the VTuber rabbit hole. Mostly because of Chronoir, but you know. I thought it was like mostly just a JP thing. Barnes and Nobles have manga? I don't even know if we have a Barnes and Noble in my city, so I actually wouldn't know. Watching more JP because you're trying to learn Japanese and Kanae, and Kuzuha are probably your favorite though. Ah, nice. I definitely think like, I forget what it's called. There is a extension you can get on Chrome. As long as like the streamer or like the VOD has auto-generated subtitles in Japanese, it can like translate, so you can have it in like either Romaji, or you can have it in like Hiragana and Katakana, as well as like just the English translations. Because I also do that for like Safina's streams, because I love watching her, or like having her in the background, because like she's very funny, but also like the game she picks I find very calming. She plays like a lot of Animal Crossing, Stardew, Minecraft. It's more like soothing to listen to. And she's funny. I love Safina. 2 My Hero Academia ones, we want to get some Bungo Stray Dog ones. I should really read that manga or watch the anime. Everyone talks about Bungo Stray Dogs. Hello Bethany, welcome. Just finished working on a watercolor painting. Nice. The coincidence. Hopefully it went well. I have to add a little bit of purple. I can darken up his hair on this side. I wish I planned the colors a little bit better, similar to like how I did Danhong's. So I could have a kind of like a teal color bleed in instead, but I'm playing it very cautious today. If I'm dealing with the hair. So just manga over the anime? Bones changed a lot for the anime and I do love that, but they started reading the manga. Ah, okay. Oh, I see. I think part of my reason why I don't watch as much anime, I think it's because, like, you know, my minimal Japanese, I won't be able to pick up enough. It's kind of like similar to like going 17. Like sometimes I put it in the background and I can get the gist of it, but I don't get enough to understand. So I would have to read subtitles, but because of that, I find it as a time sink. So I used to do like more watching stuff when I ate, because at least my eyes wouldn't be occupied. But I can't do that while drawing because like I'm either too distracted, I can't do both at the same time. So if I'm watching something, it has to be something I've already seen. That or I like only listen to stuff that's like either music based so I don't have to watch anything visually, or like put on a stream so that it's just background noise. Thank you for introducing you to 17 and Ichi Sanji. Am I a bad influence? But I'm glad you're a fan of them as well. Because if a part of me wishes like if I had a very strong influence for people's choices right now, I just want people to sub to Ryoma and Clara because I really want them to get to 100k because I want them to get their 3D. Because they seem so sweet. Introduced you to Nichi Sanji. Oh, your first library you watched was Sable? So you got into it very recently then. Because they're like only 3 months old. Sable's so funny though. Drawings are always so beautiful. You make me want to get into Genshin, but I don't have a proper device to play it, so I'll set out watching you draw them for now. That's okay. There's also like, you can watch people do playthroughs of them if you have any people you like watching. Or streamers or anything like that. Because that's sometimes how I consume video game content. It's just by proxy of someone else. Because even like all of my FGO knowledge, so like Fate Grand Order or like the Fate series and stuff, is typically via my brother and my other friend. But I think she stopped playing it, so I don't know if she's as up to date. Same with like some Fire Emblem stuff as well. I played Sacred Stones for a brief moment and then stopped because I realized I think tactical games like that are not my favorite. So whenever my brother played it, he would like fill me in on all the details. That I knew the characters. Because I love Fire Emblem character designs. Hi Artie Shadow, welcome if I haven't said that already. They changed stuff a lot from the manga and they don't include certain stuff. I want to read Gachi Akuta because I can't wait for the... Oh. Not as big as a fan as you though. That's okay. I don't think like being a fan of something should be measured. And like, you know how like some people get gatekeepy about their fandoms, which some of it somewhat understandable, but some people are so like, oh, if you don't know this about blank, you're not a true fan. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. As long as you like them and like support them in whichever way you can, that's more than enough, right? Michaela, welcome. That artsy unicorn, welcome as well. Welcome, welcome. Sable or Kanae, but I think it was actually Kanae. Sable was the first. Ah, I see. I feel like so many people got into, I guess, like Niji Sanji Livers because of Kanae and Kuzuha. I think it's also because it was just kind of like peak time when they... I don't remember when they debuted per se, because I don't think I watched them during debut. Just whenever that person was drawing fan art of them. Oh, here's like one thing about... Wow, I was gonna call him Sable. No, Selwyn. His eyes. I don't know if I want to keep like his pupil fairly light and just have like a ring around it that indicate the pupil, or if I actually want to make it like the dark blue color. This is kind of like those small things that I haven't decided on his design yet, which is why I haven't made his reference sheet. Because I think I like it on the lighter side. Influence you, your sister into playing. Wait, how? I haven't drawn Fire Emblem forever. Dang. Did you hear the situation about Vishoujo? Yeah. Total train wreck. Melly, hello. Yeah, draw along. Let me know what you're drawing. Favorite wave is probably still Noctix, but by the beat is really chill too. Noctix has like... Noctix has a special place in my heart with their debut. I think it's also because like I'm biased towards Albin. But I like their dynamic like a lot and their friendship, so... But I think like I get the same feeling from By the Beat. It feels very like found family-esque, you know? Okay, let's figure out... No, I should continue with the hair. I should really finish the hair. And then I'll move on. So I think I want to darken some more areas up. Because I left these all very light, but... These would be more into shadow with our lighting situation. Also with the clumsiness thing, the amount of times I've put my hand back into wet paint, it's way too many. I'm trying to be very cautious right now because I don't want to screw this up at this point. But I think that's why I would feel like if I did diamond painting, I would knock off like all the little diamond pieces. When they're in their like bags or their containers or whatever, they'll just spill everywhere. And I don't know if I'm prepared to like clean it up. I'll just get like so frustrated and just like leave. And then come back and then realize that maybe I shouldn't have started it. Rousey again? Is it Rousey or Rousey? I've heard people say it either or. But it's Tails and Rousey because they both my nerdy sons. That's so cute. Switching headgear is a cute idea. Always saw Kanae on Pinterest and thought he was very cute. Yeah! I think every so often, like, I browse Pinterest, I always get jump scared by whenever I see Niji. Because sometimes I randomly see, like, even, like, recently I saw Frio. A lot of Frio on my Pinterest. Before I used to be, like, Ike and Luca. And occasionally I'll see, like... Oh, and what's his name? From JP. Trout? His color scheme is so cute. And I love that he's like a little chef. It's cute. But I'm biased towards his color scheme because it has like that teal and orange. Sorry if you answered this question before, but how many hours of drawing do you do each day? It varies. So some days I get like a lot, so pretty much from like the moment I wake up till the time when I go to sleep, most likely I've drawn throughout the whole day. Sometimes it's like that. Other days, like I will just do maybe like an hour or two. But I do try my best like to draw every day if I can, because I truly just enjoy drawing. But more recently, like if I have downtime, I have been playing Silk Song. And then a different time I was playing Fantasy Life. Because like, I do get the sense of guilt sometimes if I am not, like if I have free time then I feel like I should be working. So like, I haven't been doing as much gaming as I would like to. So I'm trying to give myself a bit more time to wind down and just, you know, play Silk Song before I go to bed or something. And hopefully it's not like gonna impede with my sleep or cause me to have headaches the next morning, because I've been getting a lot of headaches recently, which is not great. But I think it's me editing on my computer that's giving me the headaches. It's either or, to be honest. I say Rousey. Ah, okay. I really like a lot of the libraries, but Doppio and Kanae will always have a special... Doppio is... Doppio is like precious and like... He has such an infectious energy about him, which I always love. I'm not like an... what do they call it? Drop sites? But I do like Doppio because of his energy. He's very much like golden retriever to the max. Big dog energy. Because I haven't been watching as many livers recently after Reimu and Rosemi left. But I've been slowly getting back into it. Because occasionally I'll watch like Calyx or Zeal. Because they have very like calming vibes for the most part. And like their game choices are a little bit more up my alley. And then I've been watching Clara and Maririn a little bit here and there. Is this too many of my Oshis are gone? And then I'm waiting for like Alban to be back on like a normal schedule, I guess. He's lots of fun and really cute. Yeah. A lot of Niji on your Pinterest, but that was long before you got into Niji. So it might be like harder to recognize them. They might just seem like some mobile game characters, considering some of their designs. If you still play Genshin, will you be pulling for any Not Cry characters? I'm pulling for Flynn's and some others. So I think initially when a lot of like the rumors and leaks came out about like which banners were going to be up first, and people were saying like, oh, Flynn's and Llama were going to be on the same patch. I was hoping it would have been Flynn's first, because now I'm going to skip Llama for Flynn's. But ideally I would like to get both, but I know my luck and I'm just going to save for Flynn's. Because I would love Columbina and like Sandrum probably as well. Durin's really cute. Because I like his design as well, from what we could see of it, obviously. But my main goal is Flynn's. And then in Star Rail, I want Danhong as well. Danhong and then maybe the other March. I forget her name. Evernight? Everlight? Ever something? So sad. Raymond was my Oshi. No. Yeah. Raymond was my Oshi as well. Like, it just sucks. Because I think out of EN, of like, at least of the poppies that I have, like the little Niji puppets, 3 out of the 4 out of EN are gone for me. So because I only have Albin left. But like, I've been slowly getting into like the other livers. I just don't think I'll be like as deep into like, as a fan of them, per se. Not in the same way. I don't know if it's because like I don't want to deal with the possibility that's gonna keep hurting every time someone graduates. In a weird way. Because I do like a lot of Niji, just like the EN livers just in general. Like I do watch whoever. But it just sucks when your Oshi's gone. Okay, I think I'm gonna do line work afterwards. So maybe I'll move on to the clothing and then we'll do the flowers last. Your luck is trash. I hope you can get whoever you're trying to get in Arcry. You guys can let me know who you're aiming for. Jern is your son, so excited for him. I hope you get super lucky with Donhering and Flynn's. Hopefully. I think Starrail, I do have more luck. Typically, I think. Genshin has been like, my luck has been going down. But like, granted, I haven't been playing it as much, so it might be that too. Skipping Llama for Flynn's unless I can manage to save over 90. Yeah, I guess that's true. But like being pity broken also sucks, right? Who's your favorite character in Genshin Impact top 3? Ooh. I'm so biased towards so many of them. I think Venti and Zhongli will always be within my top 3. Venti I played the game for. Zhongli made me stay, low-key. I love Zhongli a lot. Oof. It's hard. Because, like, I like Kaya, I like Barbara. Like, Mondstadt characters have a special place in my heart. But I also like Kokomi, Nuvolette, I like Farina, Fremini. There's too many. It would be like the last third spot will be a continuously switching out of characters. But I can say, like, confidently, top 2 at least be Venti and Zhongli. For me. You've been watching Frio a lot lately? Frio is, like, deceptively cute. But that's why I'm like, it does make me a little bit sad. Because his energy is, like, a little bit different when he was with Reimu. Because she gives, like, big sister energy to him. In my opinion. And, like, that one Peak collab with, like, Marilyn, Frio, and Reimu made me so sad. I don't know. I'm just excited for, like, the future for her, though. I just like the rest of the livers. Like I said, I really want Clara and Ryoma to get more love. Because they debuted at such a, like, a terrible time. That it feels unfair. So if you guys haven't, subscribe to the Clara and Ryoma. They're super sweet. So I really want them to get their 3D. Cookie Run Kingdom is where your luck goes. I mean, at least it's somewhere, right? You're not getting gypped all over, so that's good. I'm getting distracted. I need to focus on the clothes. Because I didn't really plan what I wanted the flower colors to be. Because I think yellow would be a little bit too much. So I might just leave them white and just really add a lot more cooler shadows so I can make them look a little bit more different from the rest of Selwyn's clothes. Only 32 pulls. Still beef with Chi-Chi. The quest when you first started playing, I don't really remember which one that one is, to be honest. It's been so long. My friend also has like a running beef with Chi-Chi to the point where I think she was gifted like a little Chi-Chi gift, so at least like it'll hopefully channel all the energy towards that instead of her future pulls. Hu-Tao? Wander I do like a lot. Hu-Tao, I'm like, she's neutral for me. I think she's fun, but I don't really have like a gravitation towards her about anything. I think she's like one of my brother's favorite characters. And like he mained her, so. Okay, let's add in deeper shadows for maybe the dark blue first. Also, I need to like look up a recipe. I have so many like frozen bananas because my mom doesn't like eat them quick enough whenever she buys them, so we always have like an abundance of bananas. And I know she's probably waiting for me to make banana bread, but I low-key just want to make like, is banana oatmeal cookies even a thing? I need to look it up. Because I have an overabundance of oats as well. Because that'll make muffins. But I've been trying to get back into baking. It's been a while. What are you guys excited about for Not Cry? Story, characters, environment. Yeah, the environment I'm super excited for. Or just like the general area of it. I'm hoping the story is also very good. You have a good banana bread recipe? Yes, please send it to me. Thank you. Because I might have to go procure some ingredients. Banana oatmeal pancakes. I actually haven't. I've had banana pancakes before. But I never had oatmeal in my pancakes, like, ever before. So maybe I'll give that a go as well. Or the quest where you had to go get the goat milk and then had to fight the rune guard. The rune guards used to scare me because they sound... Ah! I guess, like, even at that time, depending on, like, the level you were, right? Rune guards used to be, like, scary. Now they're, like, such a, like, a basic enemy. They don't give off the same feeling anymore. Same with, like, the... It's not the Ruin Guard, the flying one. That looks more like shaped as a ball. I remember playing and like first witnessing that in Mondstadt and trying to use Amber to beat it. I sucked at it so badly. My friend asked me to make fan art for her favorite K-pop group, so I'm taking a break from drawing my OCs and drawing it for her. Oh, that's so sweet of you, though. I'm kind of curious on what K-pop group it is. And even if I know the group, I'm so behind. Or not even behind. I'm not even trying to catch up. I'm so out of the loop for like K-pop stuff. Because I only focus mostly on Plave and 17. And like Gen 2, Gen 3, because that's where my heart is. Really? I saw the leak as well. I think her eyes are so pretty though. They have like a crescent moon shape in them. Natlan Arc Conquest. I'm still in it. I'm still in the Arc Conquest, unfortunately. I'm still trying to tackle it. I'm gonna do it before I go to Nodcry, for sure. I think I'm like on the last one of the Arc Conquest for Natlan. You changed the nib on your Apple Pencil and it feels like a whole new pencil. That's how I felt. Hopefully it wasn't scratching your screen too badly. Got it. I also have a pancake recipe too if you want it as well. I added banana one time to one of my batch and it was pretty good. If you have the recipe, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the Rune Hunter. Yeah. I used to be scared of that when I was first playing Genshin, like within the first month. I think it's because like I also don't like play, what is it called? Bow characters as much, like especially back then, but like still kind of the same case now. So like when they started to go up in the air, I was like, wait, how do I hit you? But that was also back like when I was trying to make Barbara my DPS because of the DPS Barbara thing that was popular back then. Kind of hoping we can finish Solon today. Granted, this isn't like a super large piece, so I don't think it should have taken me as long as it's currently taking. What am I saying? I don't think it should have taken me as long as it has. It's okay. This is like my last piece in this book anyway, so I should savor the time. I'm debating if I should get another one of this one, because I do like the size of it. And maybe since I'm more in a painting mood, I'll use it before the watercolor paper expires again, or the sizing. I made the sleeve, or like his sweater, so much warmer. It's a bit harder for me to add purples and blues into here. Oh, the group is Stray Kids. Okay, that's fair. Barbara deserves all the love, for sure. A lot of people like Stray Kids, that's for sure. Very popular. Also, I haven't listened to like the new Day 6 album fully. I always keep forgetting. Flying enemies are very annoying. Yeah. I think they're not as bad anymore, but especially back then, like, I don't know if it's because I was playing on mobile, it just kind of low-key sucked. Playing any of the bow characters. Let's see if I can add some of the stripes so we can get that pattern in. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Welcome back, Zai. Welcome, welcome. Back then I was running an Animal Traveler, Barbara, Beto, D-Luke team, and flying enemies were the worst. Yeah. Do you guys have like a favorite team? Or like your adventuring team, I guess? That you use like on your overworld? I have a question. How are you so confident on showing your art on social media? Because I want to make an art channel, but I'm not that good at art. I think rather than... I'm trying to think of how to word this. Because like my main reasoning of like posting art was just to share art, right? I think nowadays with social media, especially I think TikTok mostly, is the idea of like posting art or like your art being seen has such more like toxicity, I guess. Because like there's so much like unsolicited art advice, I guess, and stuff floating around that people think like they're prompted to do just because you posted your art online. Back then, like I posted my art because on DeviantArt way back when I was like around, I think it was, yeah, when I was 13, freshly 13, my friend was like, you have to get a DeviantArt so we can post art and then we could see it. And it was just a way for me to show art to them and them to show art to me. And then eventually just gained traction. And then after I got into like the 17 fandom is more when my art got more perceived, I guess. But I still took that as an opportunity just to share art. So like for me, there was less fear because I was in a fairly nice community of carrots. And there was so little of us at the time. Because this is like right at debut when I started making them fan art and stuff. I don't know. I feel like the fear will never go away unless you just start for posting. Because the fear of starting literally gives you nothing out of it. Versus if you just kind of like break that barrier and just start posting. Like even if you just post and like log off. If you're not afraid of it, you can definitely just do that as well. If it gives you more peace of mind, if that makes sense. Yeah, you get hated on TikTok if your art is not perfect, which is crazy, right? Because I've talked about this with another artist as well, because we were having like a long conversation about this, that like I generally like art, so I'll continue to make art. But there's so many people out there who only care about, what is it called? I guess like the results as well as just like gaining a following, or like because they get a bit of a boost because like they made a tutorial or something, they want to get that gratification rather than actually liking art for making art, if that makes sense. Like everyone's on the grind set mindset, or like they only care about final products, they only care about digital art nowadays. Like all of that stuff is propelling in a weird direction for people who just want to post art even as a hobby. There's too many people that are saying like, oh, if you're doing it as a hobby, you might as well not do it as all like at all, because you should be doing it to make money, if that makes sense. And I think that's such like a toxic way of thinking about things that should be for yourself rather than for like the public eye, if that makes sense. Right now your team is Anefa, Kokomi, Xingqiu, and Beidou. Nice. Anefa seems she seems like such a cute character. I kind of am sad that I didn't try to go for her. You do? Your favorite is Venti, Farina, Sijuin, and Albedo. Oh, I feel like all those characters suit you. It's so fun. That's good. You replaced Venti for Mizuki and Anefa team for friendship, but it's been so fun. Yeah, that's true. I also like base my teams off depending on if someone needs friendship or not as well. My nail polish. I redid them yesterday because I had my other ones only for like a week and a half, and because I used like the peel off base coat and I'm not good at painting my nails, that I get a lot of peeling and lifting very quickly. So I redid them with more of like a teal color and then like a milky white base so that my natural nails kind of come through a little bit. Because before I had more of like the colors of my water bottle, if that makes sense. Like these ones are a little bit more greeny than this kind of like blue color. But thank you. Yeah, post art to make friends online. Yeah, that used to be it. Even like when I first posted to YouTube, me and my friends thought if we sent each other links of our videos online, it was just us viewing it. So I've archived my videos from back then, but it would be literally like my friend would ask, how do you draw like eyes or whatever? How do you color them? And then I would take like a screen recording using like Hypercam 2 or whatever, do a screen recording, sped up the footage, and then sent it to her after uploading it to YouTube thinking it was like a private video. So I have like those videos from the past. And that's what that's like the main reason I even had a YouTube back then. Same with my friends, like they would all do the same thing. So I think that's like another reason why I wasn't exactly scared of posting, because technically I was posting for my friends as like my main reason. The colors are so pretty, thank you. It's hard to get views on Insta, the algorithm's so messed up. Algorithm is strange, that's for sure. Just checked who's ranked #1 in the stream and it's manga. Love to draw manga. I think it's because she donated earlier. It wasn't a copy account, it was her. She's being very sweet and popped in to say hello and gave us like a hydration reminder and stuff, which is very sweet of her. Kami-sama hajimemashita. I don't think I'm assuming it also has an anime, right? I think it has a manga too. I don't think I've watched or read either of them. I want to get back into reading manga though. Squeaky chair. Let's see. Also, my mic's on like a different setting because I was recording last night. And I know my neighbor's kids are out right now. So apologies if you're gonna hear screaming children every so often. Because I think they have like a hammock thing literally on that side of the wall where I'm at. Emberberry, welcome. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, Rin. Thank you. Yeah. I think that's the thing I don't like about when it does come to posting. Because, like, even for me, I don't really like doing, like, those art trend videos as much. I want to post because I like sharing process, mostly. So sometimes you receive comments like asking about like, oh, you've been drawing for this long, why hasn't your art improved more or whatever, right? Because everyone cares about like only the grind set mindset, which I hate. Because I'm not drawing art to please them, right? Art should be mostly just for you first, and then the rest comes after. Because it feels weird like someone's disappointed in you for not improving your art. It's such a weird thing to think about. And it's just because of social media. I want to make fan art of Masaki, but I don't know if I should post it because my style sucks. No one's art style sucks. Please. Draw Masaki if you want to. And if you do post it, just tag me. I would love to see it. Love, love, love to see it. I love every fan art, please. Any fan art of my OCs, I'm just happy to have. As long as you guys enjoy making it, that makes me also happy. Because, like, you guys, the fact that you guys even like my OCs is baffling to me. If Masaki is, like, your breakthrough post, then post. Post, post, post. Just do it. Do you have a favorite song as of now? Mine is Gelios by Illit. I haven't listened to Illit all that much, other than like their viral songs. Song recommendation, as of right now, I might have to double check and like accidentally not play it on stream. Give me 1 second. There's like a couple of things I've been listening to. Your Letter by like Lee Soo-hyun, so like the sister from Akmu, Akdong Musicians. Love, love that song. It gives me such like perfect end of summer vibes, almost like breaching into fall. And because it's like an OST for like a upcoming animation, I think in Korea, kind of gives that vibe a bit as well. I really like that song. It's like been my favorite as of recently. And then I've been listening to Miko. So I've been listening to TV and then his new song, like Ever After. Because like, he's going on tour and I'm low-key thinking like he is coming to my city eventually and I don't know if my friends are into him. But, or like into his music. So I don't know. But I've been listening to him to more recently just in case if we do end up like going to the concert. Because I do like his music. And he's like the one who sings for Tamalicus, right? In Epic. So, yeah, I really like his voice a lot. Miko mentioned. I love Flower Boy, thank you. That's true. Like, the fear of getting hate for your art, I know it's like very prevalently there, the fear of it anyways, but majority, like, you would probably get 99% love for your art from other people because like people are generally nice and supportive. You just get like the off chance of like that one rotten apple, right? That could ruin your day, but like more or less people are generally very, very supportive and very nice. So I hope you can ease your way into wanting to post your art and sharing it with others. Masaki is so cute. Sad that every time I draw him, I can never do him justice. It's okay. It's okay. I don't even do Masaki justice, honestly. I've been drawing Salwin so often that like when I draw an off-looking Salwin, it frustrates me. But like, you know, It's fine. Just let it happen. I love your OCs. Been playing or planning on trying to draw Kaisen. I really want to draw Selwyn. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I was like shocked to see how many people drew Kaisen, especially during art fight. There isn't any good refs of Flower Boy. They're on my art fight if you want to look at them with the reference sheets. Otherwise, there are in my OC archive tag and on Instagram. 100% agree. I always draw for you. Yeah, always draw for you. Been posting art since 2010. I used to post like for likes and shares. It got so toxic to you and your creative process makes you want to and not for others. Yeah, I agree. It's become, especially like now because the social media is so prevalent for like artists to want to grow. But it's so like final result based, even though like you definitely see it that whenever a person posts like sketches and stuff of what they think is like not very polished or whatever, but it actually garners like a lot of love from people because like a lot of us value process rather than the final illustration. But drawing for yourself is like definitely the number one. And I'm sad that a lot of people are no longer allowing art to be like a hobby because the social media makes it like a numbers game and then it becomes like a monetary thing. Arten, hi, welcome. There are so many people going tour this year. Honestly, true. I'm also hoping Day 6 does like a tour and like comes to Canada. I'm hoping Vancouver. There's like no way they're coming to my city because the venue would be too small for them. But hoping for Vancouver because I've been trying to manifest this for me and my friend for so long. Both of my friends because they're both into Day 6 as well. I would love if they came to Canada. Just did a weekend trip to Vancouver or something. Would be nice. Because I'm at this point I'm pretty much set on the fact that I won't see 17 in person, at least until like OT 13. So that'll be like several years. Because they also no longer came to Canada, which I find why? Please. But I think Europe has it harder in that case. 17 hasn't been to Europe in like a long time. Or ever, I think? They've only been for like that one Berlin thing, I think. Also, sorry if when I read your guys' messages, if my brain's like, the way I'm saying it is very like, disjointed. My brain has too many thoughts right now. Don't know how to look at art fight. I think, in my art fight streams, I have my art fight, I think, linked? Maybe? I don't remember. If not, they're in my OC archive tag on Instagram, so any of my OC artworks should have like, I think it's Rin Spirit OC's archive, and you click on that, it filters like all my posts, and some people who have sneaked their way into my tags. Masaki's hair reminds me of Oikawa's hair from— I get that a lot actually, that his hair looks like Oikawa's. I think Masaki's is a bit longer. Oikawa's a little bit more like cutely contained. Brain not working, yeah. Because I mean, I'm also getting distracted with painting Salwan. I think it's due to the fact that I don't know how I want to approach the flowers. But I don't know. Can there please be another Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game? I beg. I really want another Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. People are so weird about the wrong things. True. Feel bad for your newer, younger artists just trying out because of social media has made it a clout driven. Yeah, definitely. And it sucks because like some people who are like creators on the space low-key promote that toxicity, which sucks. Because the one thing I also don't like is that a lot of people are also like less curious in the way with learning, because everything is like, I don't know, just because there's too much information, people want to be like spoon-fed things so that they can get faster results rather than like taking the time to learn. But it might be also because like information is just so accessible nowadays. But I feel like some people's literacy, the lack of reading is sometimes crazy. So this palette does throw me off sometimes. The paints are so dark, I don't remember which purple is what on this palette. I should really find my color swatches. Also, thank you guys for giving each other like support and help in the chat when I can't read certain messages as well. What kind of flowers does Selwyn have? I gave him tuber roses because they're a little bit kind of like the way their petals flare out is a little bit like star-shaped. Also like the colors that they bloom in, I liked a lot more. They were a little bit more suited for Selwyn. Because I was debating on whether or not I was gonna go more like night moon themed for Selwyn or like purely just like stars aesthetic. And I went through like a bunch of different flowers that I thought maybe could suit him. Because like there's like the Stars of Bethlehem, there's like asters, there's obviously like the epiphyllum or like the night blooming cactus, but I gave that to Kaisen, even though I feel like it would have fit Selwyn as well. I gave him the tuber roses. I might give him one more flower that might be like daintier, small yellow ones. Because I might leave like tuber roses towards like the white color and then give him just like pops of yellow if I ever do like a illustration for him, which I do plan to, so I might do a little bit more research on smaller yellow flowers for Selwyn as well. Amino, I forgot about that. I don't even know if it's still active. Amino left a bad taste in my mouth because I've had a bad interaction on there. It was like for fandoms pretty much, right? For the post. And you can find people of similar interests or whatever. One of your OCs is inspired by Mesaki. They love plants. That's cute. I love seeing like other people's florist OCs too. It's very cute. The Mino app is gone. Well, I mean, granted I haven't heard anything about it. I guess that makes sense. Oh, it's still a thing, but it's just very dead. Ah. Yeah, I feel like it definitely dwindled down like a heck of a lot. So pretty, I love the way you draw flowers. Thank you. I don't know if I've done the tuberoses justice in terms of what they actually look like. So if you guys are interested in what tuberoses look like, I highly recommend looking it up. I think they're very pretty, honestly. There's like, they kind of look a little bit like lilies in a sense. Their base is like a much longer, but they kind of have similar vibes to lilies. Finally finished the whip art that I've put off for so long. Very good. I'm glad you were able to finish it. Take it out of the whip dungeon. Are you on Pinterest? I am actually not. I don't post anything on Pinterest. So anyone who's posted stuff is from reposts. Because I know one of my 17 animations are on there. And I've seen like my Shinyan drawing on there as well. Just people love reposting, unfortunately. Ooh, this isn't the stem. Whoops. Just when I went talking about how long these, like the base of a tuberose is. Can't tell what anything is anymore. Rendering a drawing you're working on. Good luck with the rendering. Yeah, I think like reposts, like it's kind of unavoidable. I do wish like I did watermark my stuff properly, but I'm so lazy. Because with like the many different croppings and stuff, it was very annoying trying to make sure like your things had proper watermarks that fit on like different posts. So I stopped doing them after like a long while. And like credits, or not credits, the watermarks doesn't really prevent reposting, but at least it helps people get redirected back to the artist if they actually truly are interested in like whose art it is. Because sometimes I get like low-key pissed when the person who reposts just puts credit to artist. Like they couldn't do the bare minimum either. I mean, I guess that's the case. I always like, I don't know. I don't know if I just have no desire to be on Pinterest as like a person who posts. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever like really posted on Pinterest. I still get like emails saying like, hey, one of your pins have been taken down. But you haven't broke any of our guidelines, so therefore, you know, we won't take action. And I'm like, but I've never posted. So what is this? But I think like if I read it, I think it's just like a glitch in their system. Your streams and videos really motivate me to finish my whip art. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm glad they can help out. Thank you for coming to the stream though, why did I say it like that? Michaela. Have a good rest of your day though. And hopefully you get enough rest. I think it's because like I have a friend named Maka. So I read like the first half of your name. Apologies, Michaela. Yeah, some reposters are a little weird about it. But like, unfortunately it is low-key like inevitable. Oh really? But it specifically says like my post and like that I didn't break any of their guidelines, and I don't feel like that email would make sense if it's me just saving something. But it kind of makes sense if that's why it sends out to people even if they haven't posted anything. It just seems like such a weird thing. It would email out if it was just you saving a post. have to do line art still. Oh, I haven't painted his nails. Wait a second. Gonna work on your diamond painting. Hopefully it goes well. I think you said you work on it every so often, right? I'm trying to remember if you're that person who said they were like a third done, or if you're the one who just works on it every so often. Yeah, Pinterest is a little weird. Granted, it's not the best place for like art stuff, but I still use it occasionally. Even when I search up flowers, like, I will look it up on Pinterest to see what results it gives me. Don't know why I drew the shine like that. Oh well. Okay. Looks so good. Thank you, Anki. Thank you, thank you. Getting distracted because you're procrastinating drawing the arm. That's how I feel. There's like a few things I should just finish up and then do the line art. So just add like a shadow to this little necktie thing. I don't know what you want to call it. His ribbon? Make it a little bit more red. I'll make the inside of the flowers yellow. And then we'll add the stripe to Selwyn's sleeve. And then I'll work on the actual line art so that he doesn't look too unfinished at this point. Do a pencil, but painting of someone that has me think. Are you planning on painting then? Because if you can, I highly encourage it. Because I think watercolor is like one of the most affordable ways, I guess, technically, to paint, or not to paint, to color illustrations. As long as you're kind of careful. Because you can buy really cheap watercolors and then just learn how to do mixing and stuff. And you can paint on like even just normal sketchbook paper if you're just careful about how it reacts. But it's like a way that you don't have to commit to so many colors. Like markers, you have to buy a lot unless you know how to do layering super well. Same with like colored pencils, pens, water-based markers, like all of that. Oops, made that finger really yellow. But being able to mix your colors, like, gives you a lot of options. You're flip-flopping, that's fair. Do you notice a big difference between nice watercolor paper and cheaper stuff? I always hear that paper makes a big difference. There is a difference. And part of it is like archival quality, and then another thing is the weight of the paper as well as like the cotton percentage. But honestly, like if you're just painting for fun and it's not like a super important project or anything, there's nothing wrong with like using cheaper brands as long as you know how they work. Some more expensive brand, I feel like the sizing is just also better as well, and that's the thing that allows your paper to absorb the water in a certain way. Because I've used, I forget what's the brand's called. I think it says Canon paper. I don't know if it's like a North American brand, because I've heard some people couldn't get it, or it's Strathmore, one of the other. It's not like available in Europe or something, but I've used to use that for like a long time. And I've used really expensive watercolor paper because my art program required us to do like more finished pieces, and even though it was like up to us, I often opted for like, I don't remember the GSM for it, but it was like super thick and really nice quality. I do think that certain properties of watercolor does behave a little bit different, like I mentioned, because of like if it's like 100% cotton versus like, oh, it might be, I don't know, 80%, 50%. Hot press paper I find has more of a difference. I feel like if it's more percentage of cotton versus like less, and then hot or cold press paper I find a little bit not too big of a difference. Granted, I don't use cold press as much anymore, so maybe I'm just out of the loop. But experimenting like with just being familiar with your watercolor paper, I'm sure you can make it manageable. But like I said, like stuff like archival quality, if you want it to last a long time and it's going to be like displayed in a place that might have like a lot of light or something, you don't want it to yellow or deteriorate over time, then more higher end paper might be the way to go. Because I painted on like sketchbook paper, I painted on like cheaper watercolor paper and expensive watercolor paper, and mine's more like affordable middle ground maybe, because this one's a Paul Rubens and I don't think it's terribly expensive. Same with like the Bao Hong brand, and that one's like a massive block. You only have some cheaper watercolor paper and I feel like I can never get the paint to do what I want it to do. Do I suck at this, or do you think it's the paper? Might be a little bit of both. I definitely think watercolor does require a lot of knowledge of process, like technique wise. But you can really only experience it like the more you do it like actively. Because I taught myself how to do watercolors within a summer, and because I low-key wanted to prove a point to my professor, partially because I was not understanding how to use acrylics and oil painting the way that I feel like they wanted me to. And they told me that if I wanted to go the watercolor route, that I would have to teach myself, which I ended up doing. Paper... Actually, let me show you. 1 second. Other one. Okay. This might be a better way to also explain it. you guys will be able to see it because I don't want to fiddle with my camera settings too much. Because some watercolor paper, the thinner it is, it might react actually kind of poorly. So, oops. So I recommend if you buy watercolor paper, try to get 300 GSM or like, I think it's 140 pound paper. But I highly recommend that kind of weight. Oops. 270 isn't too bad, but 300 is like my recommendation because maybe the cheaper watercolor paper you have, because of the weight of it, maybe the sizing's also very poor. But if I do an example, do I want to use this one? Because I actually don't know if you can see the texture of it unless I put paint on it, unfortunately. So I'm gonna sacrifice this sheet. Because now you'll be able to see it. So this one's cold pressed paper, and you can kind of see the texture of it. And I find cold pressed paper a lot of the time, it's easy for lifting. It's also great for blending washes together very easily. So if I wanted to blend yellows into it, you can kind of see like I could easily erase kind of that harsh line because the paint sits kind of like more or less on top of the surface. It doesn't really go into the paper, so it's easy to lift colors, which might be a bit difficult, so you might be reactivating colors super easily. This one is also cold press. Whoops, just put my hand on it. This one's also cold press. And then this one's hot press paper, so I find it harder to budge and lift as much, but the texture of it I like a lot more, and I think it's more suited for actual like layering, especially if you do wet on dry. I love cold press if you do more like wet on wet and do like more simple washes, because I did this for a lot of my 17 watercolor portraits, and I got very frustrated with the fact that I kept reactivating color over and over again. But the texture is really great if you want to do like blending and all that stuff as well. Hot press I do prefer for like wet on dry for the most part, because it does dry in a very weird way where the harsh outline is very prominent versus like being able to maybe like spread it out with water for cold press paper and eventually like blend it out into nothing. That makes sense. So it might be the weight of your paper. I don't know. Yeah, I do agree. Like, if buying an expensive sketchbook or like watercolor paper deters you from working in it, then I highly recommend you don't go for something super expensive. Especially if you're in like the learning phase, right? Because you want to be able to draw freely, right? Without the pressure of being like, oh, if I do this, then I'm wasting a piece of paper, or I'm wasting a sheet or whatever. Recommend like try to find a middle ground. Start cheaper first, and then slowly work your way up to find like your ideal paper or like preference. Yeah, but I recommend like, at least for me, whenever I watched, there's an artist named Juicy Ink, I think. So I think they go by Victoria Guedeviles now, because that's their actual name instead of Juicy Ink. But like I would watch all of her watercolor videos and stuff, and like you can get the theory behind it, but it's such a reactive medium. You actually have to paint to figure out how things work. So like knowing about paint to water ratio on your brush, as well as on your paper, and then dry time is different and varying on paper as well. I find the dry time on my cold press takes a lot longer, so I can really rework a lot of the edges and stuff. But when I work with hot press, it sucks up the paint quite quickly in a certain kind of way. So I get a little bit less time if I really want like a seamless blend, which is why like I would work wet on dry and then like slowly fade out the wet so that it's more like a gradation matching the dry, if that makes sense for some of these areas. Yeah, hot press I do recommend if you're into like certain types of illustration. Cold press is definitely more affordable, and it's great for testing out and doing like very brief washes. I think it's very popular among also people who might do plein air as well, because they might want to do like one gigantic wash with like varying colors and stuff. But I'm like all self-taught for watercolor, so like I don't know if all like the terminology I'm saying is correct or anything like that. But there is also I forget what it's called. There's hot press paper, there's cold press paper, and then there's like just textured watercolor paper, which leans more towards, I would say, cold press. I also find that like cheaper cold press paper has a very evident patterning, which is not my favorite, because this one's not too bad, but you can kind of see it has like a almost like a grid pattern to it. But I used to use like, not the Canon, it's Canson watercolor paper for like a long time. Canson like XL, I think. It's like the blue kind of sheets. I wish I had my old watercolor paintings here, but it's at a different place. Oh, it's called rough? Probably, yeah. Just a textured cold press, yeah. So that might be an option for you as well. I didn't like it because at the time when I did like more of my K-pop 17 related what is it called, watercolor portraits, I still did the line art and stuff with watercolor, and I found it was hard for me to get like a straight nice clean line because of how textured my paper was. And I like using less water when doing line work, so it often created like very craggly, uneven, kind of like splotchier lines. And I find because like hot press is so smooth that I can do line art and like very thin, nice strokes very easily without a lot of water. So it's definitely a lot of preference. Yeah, multimedia is also very good. Or like mixed media, right? Mixed media paper is also very good. It just won't react in the same way as like watercolor paper meant for, or paper meant for watercolors. There's always going to be a little bit of difference. Like mixed media is great for like an in-between. So like maybe you want to add like a wash of watercolor, then add like colored pencils or pastels on top, and then add like, I don't know, pen, markers or whatever. And it kind of like accepts all that mediums, or all those mediums. Otherwise, like if you're using, let's say, a very juicy marker on top of watercolor paper, that watercolor paper wants to like really suck it in. So you're going to be wasting a lot of your marker to lay down like your colors and you wanting the blend and all that. So like try to find the paper that works the best for your medium if you can. But mixed media is like pretty safe for the most part. But I think we're gonna work. Okay, let me quickly do the stripes for Selwyn and then I'll get into the line work for Selwyn next. But like other than experimenting, do a lot of like reading research. That also helped me when I was doing watercolor painting, like learning about pigments, paper texture, how watercolor is made up, or like how people want to like dilute their paints, or like how the paint is made up of like the gum Arabic and all that stuff and its properties, so you know what kind of watercolor you might be looking for in the future. I'm gonna separate the lines a bit more. I made them a little too close. He got up to actually get a drink. It's a good idea. Hydration check. The lighting and the painting so awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I think I need to adjust the colors on my webcam because I think it looks kind of crazy. Oh, thank you for coming to the stream though, Zai. Rin, I love how relaxing your channel is. I watch your channel whenever I get stressed and it's just really helpful. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad you find it relaxing. I always feel like when I ramble and stuff, it might make people frustrated. Which is why I kind of want to go back and do a little bit more ASMR work, but I'm glad to hear that. Okay, time to mix colors for line work. I'm gonna see if I can fiddle with the colors of my webcam. Do you guys want me to zoom in for the line art, or do you want me to keep it zoomed out? What do you guys prefer? You can let me know while I can check if I can fiddle with the colors. Because I feel like he looks so saturated. Is it this? Let's see. Can't tell if that's better or it's worse. Zoom in eye. Shock, YouTube suggested a new art channel to me. Always down to watch some watercolor. Oh, awesome. Welcome. Think it looks good? Zoomed in so you can see the whole piece? Or zoomed out? Zoomed out? Kind of like when I rant out. When I ramble. That is fair. Okay, we can just leave it then. If you guys don't mind. Let's quickly do... We'll do his eyes first, since I already started partway through. Try to mix up a nice dark blue. Okay, hopefully this works. I might move some stuff out of the way because I turn my canvas a lot typically. So apologies, you guys are gonna keep seeing me rotate this every so often. I think because I've already started partly on doing the line work for his eyes, you're not going to see too dramatic of a change. He's not right away. What do you prefer in line art when it comes to pencil crayon? The pencil, fine liner, or pen? If I don't mind a softer look, I will just continue with a colored pencil or like the pencil crayon throughout the entire thing. That way I have access to all the colors that I want available, rather than being stuck with just like the black or a brown fine liner. I also find that because colored pencils, pencil crayons, whatever, tend to be waxy, they cover up my lines a lot of the time. So I like doing the line work at the very end of like coloring in a section. But stuff like fine liners and ballpoint pens usually typically okay, but fine liners, because of the waxy surface of the colored pencils, the fine liner can't like adhere to it, so like it would either gloss and glide all over it or it won't dry properly. So if I had to use like black pen afterwards, then I would just use a ballpoint pen. And like, where's the Anaxa piece? Since I do have my old sketchbook here. Where's Anaxa? It was in the sketchbook tour, the one that I did that I really liked of him. Just don't know where it is, fortunately. It's probably here. Oh, my memory's so poor. But ballpoint pen, like it works on the surface of, what is it called? Colored pencils. And because of that, I can get like really dark lines if I use a ballpoint pen to make like everything have enough contrast. Dude, why? My memory's so bad about where that sketch is. I know it's like among other Anaxa sketches, which is why I feel like it's near the back. Unless it wasn't. Am I crazy? Also, spoilers for anyone who hasn't watched the sketchbook tour. But I think you know what I mean, right? Because this one's done with colored pencils only. So it doesn't have like a lot of like contrast per se. He has to be here. I feel like I went through the exact same pages and oh no, he's here. Here he is. There we go. So all these darker lines are with the ballpoint pen, right? And compared to Calyx, who had only the colored pencils, which isn't too bad. It does require you to use a little bit more pressure and like how pigmented or how dark your colored pencils can get after layering a lot. But I like the look with the pen, even though it's like a little glossy where the glare is. Sorry. How do you manage manage to do the line art while working on watercolor? Just curious. I use like a higher paint to water ratio. So like oftentimes when I'm doing, let's say, this is a better way of describing it. Grab a different brush to do this. So if I'm doing like normal painting, let's say it's like, oops, that was a bad example. Like usually you want washes, right? Just to start out. And you can still get like thin lines depending like on your brush and like the amount of pressure you're putting onto your brush. So you can still get finished lines, right? But when you have like a higher paint to water ratio, your paint's so like concentrated that it's just a little bit more opaque, and I find that I can get like hair-like lines versus like if I'm using the same brush and I have like much more water. It's not too bad, but when it dries it becomes very transparent because all the water will like, you know, eventually dry up and evaporate and or like go into the paper, so it becomes very light. So I like to have more paint on my brush with a little bit of water so that we can still glide on the paper. I just love your art style, it's so pretty. Thank you. Yeah, ballpoint pen works like super well with like many mediums, and I like using it to like touch up sketches if I can, or like I want to push the value. Just don't recommend using it with alcohol markers as your line art unless you're planning to do the line work like afterwards. They don't react well with alcohol markers because they just bleed everywhere. If I remember correctly, that's how it was. But for line art, just like I like using a sharp, even number 6 brush. This one's a number 8, but it feels more like a number 6. Because this is my Raphael Kolinsky. This other one, which is like a size 6. And like, they're kind of similar in width. So I'm kind of surprised this is a size 8. Hopefully it wasn't too much of spoilers if you haven't watched the sketchbook tour. But also when doing the line art, I'm literally just using the tip of the brush. So I'm being very conscious about watching where my brush touches the paper because I don't want to accidentally put lines incorrectly down. Hope that makes sense. Because for me, line art, at least for watercolors, has a lot of like pressure control or like how heavy-handed you are. And then the rest is like similar to like working with pen or like a fine liner. So if you want like super clean, more consistent line work, and try to use more of your whole arm rather than your wrist. But I'm also lazy, so I'm only using my wrist. So I'm gonna do more like shorter, thinner strokes. Actually, let me do his face first. Also, when I pick up paint, I don't know how well you guys are going to be able to see this. After I pick up paint like this, I usually roll my brush like a little bit so that it remains in like a tip. Yeah, doing line art later with the ballpoint pen after using the markers. Never do the line art before with those markers. Yeah. I did it where, like, I had a sketch. I forget what it was exactly. But I had ballpoint pen sketches on one side of the paper. Oh wait, this is for his mouth. And then the alcohol seeps through, so it ruined my sketches anyways, even though I wasn't using it directly on those sketches. But not only did it ruin the sketches, it kind of like imprinted those sketches onto the working surface that I was working on, so it kind of ruined both. Low-key. Oh, his glasses aren't centered anymore. That's awkward. Did I move his nose? I don't think so. I guess maybe I made his glasses always uneven. Whoops. It's like after I finish this session, I'll do like a zoom in of the entire piece, and you guys can see how my watercolors actually lay on the paper. Because I think it looks smoother on camera because it's further away. Yeah, I don't really think about the rolling thing too much. Because it's kind of similar to when I work with pencil. I subconsciously roll the pencil in my hand when doing like darker portions of sketches and stuff. Because having the sharper point creates more pressure as well. And so it gets like darker lines. Darker, thinner lines. So I think I do that similarly with like a watercolor brush as well. Because I catch myself doing it every so often. Every time you see me lift my hand and like looks like I'm re-gripping, I'm rotating my pencil or brush. So in this case, I'm using a brush, which I think is just out of habit because I don't think it does too much when I'm using a brush to re-grip every time. So is this my habits from using a pencil, I think. He's crying so they can be wonky. Fair. Also, if you can't get like a super thin line with the brush you're using, it's also like it's more than okay to just size down your brush to something much thinner. There's like liner and like detailing brushes you can use. They're much like longer and thinner, and that's what I used to use for like a long time. I got so used to doing line art with a brush that I stopped relying on it. Let me see if I still have it. I think it's these two. This one's not in the best condition, so I'll just roll it in water. But these ones, so they're a little bit on the longer side. And this one you can get really thin. But I'm very lazy, so like whatever brush is my main brush, I want it to have a sharp tip so I can just switch between doing line art and washes. Who hurt Salwin? Well, I think I talked about this briefly. Dude has allergies. So it's nothing serious. It's okay. Makes you want to get better at watercolors? I highly recommend like experimenting with watercolors if you can. Because I mentioned this in the past before too, like on YouTube and stuff, I don't watch a lot of people do like digital art. My favorite artists to watch typically are traditional artists and mostly watercolor artists because I'm always in awe with like their color choices, the way they lay down colors, technique-wise. I always enjoy watching them. Because some of them use like those really giant squirrel hair mop brushes and then do very thin hair-like line work with it too, and I'm like, whoa. Crazy confidence with that brush. That's what I'm talking about, Holly Light. It's another reason why I know I won't be able to like to fully immerse myself into diamond painting. I will definitely knock the tray. Also, I need to make his other eyebrow stand out a little bit more. Oh, also, I opted to do line art with watercolor, mostly because I like matching the line art color to whatever I'm working on and being able to manipulate the color. Because it's kind of like the same thing with, I talked about the fact that I don't want it to have like all black lines throughout. Which I think is like perfectly fine. I just sometimes like a softer look. And being able to control that by just having the same colors available for my line art just works out. Is Selwyn in the same universe as the rest of the OCs? Technically, no. He's not. I'm debating if he would be, like, in passing, but not, like, in their story. Because Selwyn was supposed to be part of, like, a fantasy school. But I don't know if I'm gonna go with that, premise. Because technically it was my friend's premise that we all just, like, low-key joined through the P Crew thing. Because that's where Selwyn was initially made from. I just changed him drastically because I wanted a character that's more like a comfort character. Has like the embodiment of all the things I like to draw. So like glasses, fluffier hair, chunky sweaters. I do like more of like slightly preppier look for clothing. So I gave him more of that kind of attire, and then color scheme we kind of just fiddled around with, but I did know that I wanted some sort of like blue teal color scheme for him to be present because blue and teal are like my favorite colors. But I wanted like a character that would be like easier for me to draw that embodies all of those things, because Masaki is like, he's my favorite to draw in general. But I wanted to make like that ultimate character for myself, so I don't know if he'll be part of Masaki's story per se. Just more like if I were to make a comic or a manga or a story illustrated, then maybe you'll see Selwyn in the background, like in passing or something, like maybe on his campus. There's Selwyn, because I haven't gave Selwyn like a canonical age or anything either, or like a height, because I actually imagine him being fairly tall. Because I like tall, but like they're soft in demeanor. Even though like his face isn't like hardcore pissed or anything like that, he's very soft in general, visually. Yeah, a cameo in the main OC universe. I think that's like how much it would be. All your OCs are super tall. Softy tall man. Yeah, because I kind of want him to be... How do I explain it? I don't want him to be like lanky. I want him to be like a silhouette to be a little bit bulkier on the top with longer legs. I think that's why I wanted him to be like a chunky sweater, and then he also has like a sweater underneath. He's a little bit more bulkier on top at least. He doesn't have to be like super tall, but like, you know, like, okay, I think only if you know VTubers specifically, but Albin from Niji Sanji En, like you would expect him to be shorter, I think, but he's like, is he 178, I think, or something like that? He's like tall-ish. Not like super tall, but he's longer than you think. Long cat boy. Because you just see his headshot, you think like, oh, small, cute. But Albin's like fairly tall, he's not short. Like he's taller than Uki, but like I think shorter than Sunny. And shorter than Fulgur at the time. Albin being taller than Uki. Right? That's what I'm talking about, because like Albin, unfortunately, gives small cute energy, but then he's actually like decently tall. So that's kind of like what I wanted for Selwyn as well. Like I said, I'm trying to make Selwyn like the embodiment of like all the character stuff visually that I like to draw. So that's the whole purpose of Selwyn, technically. It's supposed to be the ultimate comfort character for me to just doodle. That isn't Masaki. Masaki is like forever babied. The little guy energy? He gives like little brother energy too, right? At least like when he's around like Sunny. But little guy energy is so cute. Ah, Day! Hello, hello. Oh, another thing about watercolors. I got so frustrated having to do like upkeep and making sure that like I had fine liners that it kind of drove me crazy, especially during like my uni days. So being able to do line art with watercolors, especially for this, then I don't have to worry about like my pen dying like halfway through. Where's that band? Oh, here it is. I keep saying this. Someone is so cute. I just adore his design. I love the way you're darkening the lines right now, by the way. It's so satisfying to look at. I think that's like my favorite part for like finishing an illustration, so I'm glad. Kaya, Alex, thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Also working on new OC, which is Big Tall Softy Boy. That's cute! Decided on a hair color and color palette yet? I think that's like one of the most fun parts of character designing though. So I hope you have a lot of fun figuring out their color palette. I think I'm gonna switch from brown to blue or like purple for the flowers. I'll just do brown for the one side. But sometimes when I work on watercolors or like any traditional medium, I get worried because until I add the lines in, which is why like I usually rush to do the line art for like the face and the eyes really quickly, is because until I do the line art, it doesn't really like come together. Not fully anyways. But I'm so impatient, so I will do the face often first. Make sure I like it before I feel like I wasted so much time. Bird wings, cute. Color palette, I think, yeah, color palette's hard, but I think because it's in a state where you can literally slap like any color, it's kind of fun to experiment. I gravitate so badly towards like certain color schemes that I needed to look up like pre-existing color palettes low-key for Selwyn. Heck, I even like subdued the orangey red portions. Like his tie should be even more like terracotta brownish red, which is like the same color as his pants, but kind of kept everything more orangey because I love orange and teal, orange and blue. I think in the next spring or summer, if I'm still into doing nails for myself, I do want to do like a yellow to this teal color. I think it'll look super cute. What's your favorite part of the painting process? I don't know. I think more recently, painting eyes typically is my favorite part, or just like the second go around for like washes. So like when I did the shadows for the clothing folds, because being able to put in like other external colors that are like not present particularly in the piece that I can kind of like let bleed and kind of just roam around is like part of the thing I love the most. Also just like playing around with color. So like the yellow as the base, using more like blue, green-ish colors, and then slowly transitioning it down is usually my favorite. Other than that, it's probably the line work because that's when I actually can see the end. I think I've asked you guys this like quite a few times though. Do you guys have a favorite part of like your art process? Whether it's digital or traditional or whatever. Is it like sketching? Is it line art? Is it color? Is it rendering? Maybe it's like the finishing touches. Okay, I'm gonna have to flip them upside down. I do not feel confident. Also, I love your Petra profile picture. It's cute. Sorry, I'm so like close to my paper. My model must look like it's like tripping out. Your pen bled a little. And now there's pen where it isn't supposed to be. Oh no. Maybe there's a way you can cover it up? If it's possible? Sketching is your favorite? Sketching for traditional, flats for digital. Oh, flats! Interesting. Sketching is really fun. Tend to neglect finishing anything lately because of that though. That is fair. The pile of whips will continue to increase, but as long as you enjoy sketching, that's good. Sketching or oh, ideation, yeah. No restrictions in that step, that's good. Sketching for me too, just getting those ideas out on the page. A lot of you guys like sketching. Ideation is fun though. Line art and coloring eyes, very fair. Line art though is like... it's so dreadful for me. More so like digitally than traditionally. I think it's trying to convey emotion in a piece. I love when I capture the emotion I want. Well, for technical, I love the process of sketching. I feel like conveying emotion is very difficult, so props to you for enjoying it. Hard to say, maybe imagining phase? I do like line art on good days, but mostly sketching, scribbling is super fun. I am in awe of your line art day. I could talk about your line art forever. Not very good at digital, but traditional most of the time it's coloring. Do you have a favorite medium to work with if you like coloring with traditional art then? You love line art and digital. Fair, fair, fair. The middle stage problem? Problem solving to bring everything together is satisfying. You guys think so differently. That's so cool. Because the middle part would frustrate me. But I like that you see it as like problem solving. That's very cool. Dave. You will eat line art, watch me. Your line art will be spectacular. People who enjoy line art as a... You're different. Can never be me. Not for digital anyways. Makes me want to weep and cry. It can be sometimes. I consumed it. All that power to you. I think I'm just too particular with my line art. Though I like seeing other people's line art a lot. Because I wish I could be looser with it, but I know I value control too much, unfortunately, when it comes to like line work. So I find it hard to balance both. Which is why I think I'm a little bit more okay with doing line art traditionally. Because I know there'll be like wobbliness and mistakes. But I don't give myself that same grace when it comes to digital. Self-loathing. Suddenly super pumped to get up and draw too now. I must draw too. Get all that motivation day. But I'm glad. Draw now, grab your Apple Pencil out. I also dislike digital line art. I seriously struggle to make it look nice, but maybe I'll like it when I'm more skilled. That's what I always wonder. I think it's also because I chase towards wanting to have the proficiency that like mangakas have or like webtoon artists, and I'm just like, no, I'm not there yet at all. And I think it's also my lack of understanding for forms with lines, because sometimes having the freedom to just like figure out the forms via color and value is a little bit easier. Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's literally just I suck at line art. Because I also have troubles between like, do I want thick or do I want thin lines? And maybe I should treat it more like how I sketch traditionally. Whoops. Suddenly I go all quiet. Used to hate line art, but now you love it. That's good. You got over the hatred for line art. I like the sort of grainy texture of pencil, but watercolor is also lots of fun. Sometimes I use fine liner too. Marker simply isn't my thing. Marker is sometimes just difficult to grasp. I do understand that. Just sometimes certain mediums just don't click right away, right? Because gouache, I fight every time I use it, and it's kind of like stemming from my disdain towards acrylic and oil painting back in my uni days, which is why I liked, you know, taught myself how to do watercolors. Because my brain just simply couldn't. I understand it more now, but at the time, having like midtones and dark colors and then having to pull out your highlights is just like baffling to me. It was easier for me to like leave your highlights in your lightest areas and then slowly build up your darks was much more manageable. And I think it's because I had such a stronger drawing background than I did for painting compared to my peers who had like all painting background, and I'm like, how? How did you all manage? Oops. It's we locked in. Digital line art very tedious, so I just use my sketch. I think it might also be the fact that when you work traditionally, you don't have the luxury of zooming in, so maybe that's why I also treat it as like less precious compared to like being able to zoom in continuously in digital. So like I want to do more detailed line work, even though like maybe my art's just not suited for that. Or like whatever I was working on didn't really require such detailed line work. I guess I should invest in some good markers instead of cheap dollar store ones. Yeah, that's the thing about markers is the fact that I agree with Rin as well, is the fact that unless you're mixing constantly and layering up with your markers, you're gonna have to require like so many markers and or refills. And that's why I like watercolors, because it takes a long time to go through like an entire, even like half pan of watercolors. Or at least like for how much I use them, I guess. Because it might vary on the person and the size of your pieces. But I usually don't have to worry about like not having like a specific color or running out particularly. Compared to something that feels a little bit more finite with the medium, like pencil crayons, alcohol markers, water-based markers, all that. I used to do limited color spreads with markers, but I don't anymore. I also used to do that super frequently. It used to be my go-to for like sketchbook spreads. So I won't show you guys my new sketchbook until like after Monday, since that'll be the first page of the sketchbook. But all I've been doing is mostly sketching with pencil, because that's always been my favorite. If I had to pick two mediums, it's always going to be watercolors and just sketching with plain old mechanical pencil. No undo button in traditional, have to be more aware of the strokes. That is also very true. I probably don't take my time when working in digital because of that. You just like keep laying down strokes, undo, redo, undo, redo. While here, I do have to actually pay attention and be very present. Because like I mentioned, when I do watercolor line art at least, like I try to be conscious of where the tip of the brush lays so I can see if I'm going to be putting too less of pressure or too much, as well as just like accuracy. You said that Rosemi's leaving? Rosemi's already gone! She graduated like, is it like a week and a half ago? Or like 2 weeks almost? I think it's like a week and a half, I think. For Rosemi. Rosemi's gone. I am sad because she was like one of the EN members I used to watch like the most. She wasn't particularly my Oshi, I would say, but I did watch her a heck of a lot. And that one clip that always like goes around my Twitter is the Albin doing the Mickey Mouse impression and then Rosemi like absolutely losing it. That one's like so dear to me. Because I've also never heard Rosemi laugh like that. And it feels... I love that. They're so cute. Was Ike your Oshi? Ike, Albin... Like, Ike was like my main Oshi. And then Reimu would be like second. And then... Oh, no. Wait, let me put this... Let me put it into perspective. Pomu was my main Oshi. Then it was Ike. Then it would be Reimu, then Albin. But literally all three of those are gone. So I only have Albin left technically of like my main original Oshis. Other than like JP, there was Kaida Haru. And then right now I'm like... I'm like hesitant to call like pretty much like all by the beat like my Oshis. Calyx for sure. I just feel like I'm taking the definition of Oshi too liberally, if that makes sense. Because I know it's supposed to be your top favorite, right? Technically, your Oshi. But I know a lot of people have like several Oshis, which is also fine, me included. But like your Kami Oshi, I guess like mine was Pomu at the time. I do watch Mint though. Indie? I don't watch as many indie because I watch mostly Niji and Hollow. Unless the Onsta, I guess. Because I like Drawfee a lot, so I watch Onsta as well. She is a VTuber. Free marker challenge is difficult. I had to find myself trying to choose the official colors for— yeah! Free colors, but it makes your brain think a lot about like how you want to do color distribution as well as like the values you're given. If you, I guess like depending on you chose your color palette versus like you are being given a color palette. Color distribution is very important for that. Oh, I didn't really add a shadow here. Maybe I'll add it at the very end. Your color palette is amazing. Thank you. Flayon. Flayon is like one of the only out of EN that I watch. Like I watch Regis Altair as well at the very beginning. He's probably my favorite out of the Hollow Star boys. That and Haka. I watched Haka a lot as well. But I actually got into Hollow Stars via JP because of Oga. His Animal Crossing streams were so charming to me, considering the fact that he looks like a scarier person with like he has such a deep voice, but I think it's Oga, right? Is it Noragami? Oga? Him and Izuru. I didn't know that at the time Hollow Stars was even affiliated with Hololive, technically. Like under the same management. I just like Izuru's like singing as well as his model was very cute. And then I liked Oga. How's your day? I'm doing good and my day's going quite well. Thank you for asking, Liam. Hopefully you're doing well. We're just trying to finish up some line art here. And hopefully, I think it's just mostly the flowers left. And then I might add an extra shadow to this part of his sweater because I accidentally just left it as flat. Okay, I might lighten up my lines. Hello Ari, welcome. Colors are so pretty. Was it hard to understand color shades, etc.? I'm actually practicing color because I suck at it. Color I found easier the more that I just started to draw and fiddle around with colors to see what I personally liked, and then just dabbling into like color theory does help. But I feel like a lot of it makes more sense when you're able to just play around and see what you can apply from what you know to see what works out and what doesn't. Cause like, I don't know if it's my preferences of like cooler colors and warmer colors together, and just luckily that's also like a color theory thing as well. That a lot of my favorite color combinations tend to be like complementary color-ish or adjacent, so I do like incorporating those into there as well. I don't know if I like how dark these lines are though. for the flowers. Maybe I'll just break up the lines. Another thing I like doing, if I'm stuck on a color palette especially, I will just look up color palettes. Like, you can look them up on Google, Pinterest, or whatever, and they'll give you ones that are like made by graphic designers and stuff with like limited color palettes, good color combinations together and stuff, and you can kind of fiddle around like with those ratios as well. Am I gonna do any Wonu drawing this month? I don't know. I wanted to draw Jonghan or like Dogyam recently, or even like just Sungwon because of his recent performance of his solo song that I really like. I don't know. I do miss Wonu a lot. But I just don't feel compelled to draw 17 as much as I did before, because I feel like it low-key sucked out the energy that I had, because I felt I always had to do an updated drawing of them whenever something came out, or like when there was like a funny moment, because I was known as like a Carrot or like a 17 fan artist. It just got very taxing having to keep up with everything, and then I felt bad for not keeping up, so at this point I just consume content and then that's it. If I feel compelled to draw them, I will, but sometimes I just don't post them too, right? Because at minimum, I'll still draw their birthday illustration, but I don't know. I just don't want to accidentally turn it into like a chore. Because I think that pressure came from the fact that I wasn't able to do any more of those derpy little 17 animations anymore. And then I had no motivation to finish the ones that I was currently working on. And then realized, why was I even trying to rush them? But it was because otherwise, like, they feel like they're not very, like, relevant. Does that make sense? At the time. Which is very unhealthy, so I ended up just separating them a lot more. Yeah, enjoying drawing them is the most important. You want to be a graphic designer one day? I hope you can work towards that dream. Yeah, I don't know if I like how dark these lines are. Ripen Rose? Gabas. Isn't like... Ah, you can hear my stomach. I hope not. I need to go eat dinner soon. In a way, it sort of ties in with the social media and art talk from earlier. Yeah. Because, like, I definitely think, like, they're correlated, but it definitely feels like it was more stemming from my own expectations, which was bad to begin with. Because no one was, like, telling me, like, hey, have you drawn this moment, or, like, anything like that. So, like, no one was giving me pressure other than myself. Because I do feel bad sometimes that, like, I gotten to that point where I burnt myself out from drawing 17. Even though, like, I still listen to them, I watch their content, I do keep up with, like, social media and stuff for them. I need to eat soon. My brain's gonna start to deteriorate. But we're almost done. I think it's also, I know like VTubers are, they're people behind their models, but drawing real people, like IRL people in like certain styles and then having to keep up with their looks and like all this stuff to like remain it to look like them, it was also like mentally taxing. Because I always felt like, oh, it doesn't look like said member, or like I don't do the member justice. But because a lot of like VTubers or like Genshin characters, Star Rail characters and stuff are already like stylized and more up towards my style, it was just more easier for me to doodle and draw them. I felt feeling a little bit weird about being... I don't know how to explain the feeling. It feels like controlling what a person looks like, but like they're a real person, so it feels weird. If that makes sense? Versus like VTuber, yes, there's a person behind the model, but like drawing the character model itself, there's a bit of a disconnect. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it fully. So if you don't see 17 fan art from me, like via social media posts or anything, don't be too disappointed. Okay. So one quick shadow, and then I think Selwyn drawing is pretty much finished. And I will free it from the board actually today too. So if you guys are ever interested about like watercolor blocks versus like watercolor, just like loose leaf paper or sketchbooks, I'll show you guys the difference. I can hear my stomach. Yeah. I don't know if it's also because of how fast 17 grew that there was like... I don't know. There was a bit of negativity in terms of like K-pop fan art type of stuff at the time. Maybe that also burnt me out in a way. Ah, thank you for coming to the stream though, Jean. Or Jeannie? Jean? Thank you. Also, thank you for liking my Flynn's drawing, Mei. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think Selwyn is finished. I don't know why I'm confused. I feel like I'm missing one more thing. Oh, well, besides I should finish the line art down here. But because the majority of the painting is like dry, it's relatively flat, so I should be okay cutting it, whoops, away from the rest of the block. What did I drop? Ooh, what did I drop? Oh, I'll find it later. Okay. Yes. Okay. Someone is finished. I'll give you guys a close-up maybe first. No, I'll do a close-up at the very end. Let's free him from the block. So, I'm gonna use an X-Acto knife. And, actually, because I still have this open. Okay, I think I can do this. Ooh, Ooh, it's gonna be super hard to see, actually. Can you guys see that little gap right here? Right here. So there's like about an inch or so, inch and a half of just like this free edge. And on a watercolor block, all of this is gummed. So to free him from the block, and this is how like your water paper can stay completely flat without like pre-stretching it or having to tape it. So I'm gonna cut off basically and free it from the glue. Oh, also the bleeding is from like the sizing issue as well. Free the boy. Free the men. So this is like another reason why I didn't use this paper as quickly. I had a shoe, so Yami no shoe from Niji En. I had a painting of him prepped on this paper for so long. I finally sent it to her, my friend, who's like a Yaminian. So I was able to use the rest of this paper because for some reason I was so like intimidated on working on that piece for so long. So I never touched it. But now he's free from the block, and this is just a backing sheet. So this journal is finally finished. We've used all the paper inside, which I'm happy. I want to get a new one probably, because I do like working on blocks a little bit more. Here's Selwyn. I will zoom in for you guys actually. Let me figure out how to... What's the best way of doing this? Is that close enough? Maybe? You can kind of see like it's not entirely smooth, right? Where I blended it. Which I don't really mind. And then this is where the sizing kind of failed me a little bit. And it's the same on the Danhung piece as well. I think in a very similar spot. Thank you guys for liking it though. I'm glad we were able to finish like this entire thing on one stream. I was scared I was gonna have to do it in two. So I'm kind of glad I did the transferring of the sketch prior to starting the stream. Let me see. Yeah, then here's the Danhung one from that other video. But like the sizing, having the issue on his hair. I guess it's not in the same spot, but it's kind of like similar splotch where the sizing kind of failed. Yeah, but I think that's it for today's stream though, guys. Maybe I'll zoom back out. You can see my wires now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, but thanks for hanging out. I'm glad we were able to finish this entire piece on today's stream. I think I will do another painting stream in the future. I might wait until I can get another watercolor block of a smaller size, because I think I've shown you guys. Let me grab it really quick. This Baohong one, which has like my larger watercolor pieces, even like larger Selwyn in here. But all of my larger ones. So I could use this paper as well. And then there's Flynn's in here. But I kind of want another small one like this so we can do like just one-off illustrations. Let me put this away. And then I think that is it for today's stream. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out, guys. I will definitely do another watercolor painting stream in the future. I don't know of what or exactly when, but yeah, thanks for sticking around for like my impromptu talks about watercolor stuff as well. Quick question, do you like reading manhwas? I haven't read too many as of recently, but I do like reading manhwas. Yeah, I will go eat dinner now, so I will probably end stream here. And I think that's it for today, for today's stream. Where's my mouse? Here we go. Yeah, I think that's it for today. So I will see you guys for Monday's video. And I think there's nothing else to update you guys on for now. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go. Bye bye.